Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Can we begin, please?
Yes,
We-
sir. Good morning. This is an agenda review meeting of the El Paso City Council for Monday, December 12th, 2022. It is 9:03 a.m. Mayor Leaser is present and presiding inside council chambers, along with Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein, Representative Anello, Representative Hernandez, Representative Molinar, Representative Salcido, Representative Rodriguez, Representative Rivera. Representative Lizarraga has requested to be excused. On the agenda this morning is the agenda review for the December 13th, 2022 regular city council meeting. And at the conclusion of this meeting, we will be convening a council work session.
Thank you. If we can rise for the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. And I'm going to have a moment of silence for my father-in-law who passed away a couple hours ago. So. Thank you. Ms. Pine, you ready?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. And my condolences to you and your family. We can begin agenda review with item number 3.
Good morning, Gabriela Prats, Department of Aviation. Item number 3 is a resolution to authorize the city manager to sign an airport building lease agreement for Southwest Airlines. It is a breakout of their current lease for their ground service equipment maintenance area. And that particularly is now being billed under the airline agreement. At the request of Southwest Airlines, they would like to have its own lease. So this is what the item entails. It's a 1-year lease term with one option, and this will line it up with the airline agreement. The rent remains the same at $37,230 per year.
Thank you. Item 4.
Again, item 4 is an airport, an air cargo building lease for 2 spaces occupied by Southwest Airlines cargo operations in our cargo building number 2, which is south and west of the airline terminal. This currently has 2 agreements. One is a month-to-month, and the other is one that expired back in April of 2022. At the request of the airline and the agreement of the airport, we are putting both locations into one lease, and it will have a 5-year term, and that was at the request of the airline, and no options. The former rent is $104,737 per year, and the new rent is $117,373. That was adjusted by CPI, which is the Consumer Price Index.
Thank you. Next item.
The third item for the airport is the modification of the current lease for NASA on Boeing for the 2 hangars that they occupy for their operations. Their current lease expires at the end of this month, and we're in the process of negotiating a new agreement with them, but we have not been able to finalize that. So NASA has requested an additional 3 months and one additional 3-month terms for a total of 6 months for us to be able to continue negotiations and conclude them within that 6 months. The lease will remain at the current rate and terms.
Thank you. Item number 6.
Good morning, Elizabeth Triggs with Economic Development. Item number 6 is a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign a memorandum of understanding with the Paso del Norte Community Foundation to further partner on our grant efforts, and specifically to work with PDN on opportunities related to trails, corridor improvements, transportation, civic spaces, and public facilities. PDN will rely on them to coordinate public outreach. The contract is a 2-year term, not to exceed $260,000, and it is on a reimbursement basis.
Thank you. Item number 7.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. This is Chief Killings, El Paso Fire Department. This is a interlocal between the UMC Mobile Stroke Unit and the City of El Paso. This is authorizing an amendment to that interlocal agreement so that we can establish timely notifications and change maximum annual staffing fee. This is the amount that UMC will pay for staffing for the Mobile Stroke Unit, not to exceed $100,000. To not to exceed $70,000 annually for an EMT paramedic, and not to exceed $60,000 annually for an EMT basic. In return, the city, through the El Paso Fire Department, will provide an adequate pool of EMT paramedics and basics to collectively staff the mobile stroke unit. Basically, it's just increasing our current staffing on that unit from a paramedic to both a paramedic and a basic.
Thank you, Chief, and congratulations on becoming the chief of the best fire department in the state of Texas. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and my condolences to you.
Item number 8.
Good morning, Mayor. Ellen Smythe, Chief Transit and Field Operations Officers. Number 8 is the regular solid waste liens.
Thank you. 9. All right, it's postponed from last week. Item 9.
This is Jerry.
Good morning,
With
Mayor.
the Capital Improvement Department. This is a resolution that the Mary Frances Kiesling Park Master Plan report be adopted as the master plan document for future improvements and development to be addressed in phasing as funding becomes available.
Thank you. Item 10.
This is Jerry DeMuro with the Capital Improvement Department. This is a resolution that the city manager or designee is authorized to sign an advance funding agreement between the city of El Paso and the state of Texas, acting by and through the Texas Department of Transportation for the replacement of the Alps Drive Bridge. Federal and state participation is an estimated amount of $1,018,500. The local government is direct cost of $31,500.
Thank you. Item 11.
This is Jerry DeMuro again. Item 11 is the city manager designee is authorized to sign an advance funding agreement by and between the city of El Paso and the state of Texas, acting by and through the Texas Department of Transportation for the replacement of the Concepcion Street Bridge. Federal and state participation is an estimate of $1,818,750. The local government direct cost is an estimated amount of $56,250.
Thank you. Item 12.
Item number 12 is that the city manager or designee is authorized to sign an advance funding agreement by and between the city of El Paso and the state of Texas, acting by and through the Texas Department of Transportation for the replacement of the El Paso Street Bridge. Federal and state participation is estimated to be $2,400,750 with a local government match of $74,250. Item number 13 is a similar item. It is an agreement, advance funding agreement with TxDOT to replace the Hollings Street Bridge. The estimated federal and state participation is $964,000 with a local match of $36,000.
Thank you. Item 14.
Good morning, Cheryl Mack with the Tax Office. Item 14 is tax refunds over 3 years, and item 15 is tax refunds over $2,500.
Thank you. Item 16.
Items 16 and 17 are notice of campaign contributions.
Okay. Item 18.
Good morning, Claudia Garcia with Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing Department. This item addresses strategic goal number 7, enhance and sustain El Paso's infrastructure network. The linkage to the strategic plan, it is subsection 7.5, set one standard for infrastructure across the city. This is a non-competitive procurement for on-call plumbing services, and we're recommending award as indicated to RP of EPT Inc.
Thank you. Item 19.
Good afternoon, Derek Russell with the Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing Department. Strategic goal for this item is goal number 4, enhance El Paso's quality of life through recreational, cultural, and educational environments. The linkage to strategic plan is subsection 4.2, create innovative, recreational, educational, and cultural programs. This is a low bid procurement for Tom Lay Lower Dog Park. There were 61 views online, 3 bids were received, all being local suppliers. No protests were received for this requirement, and we are recommending award as indicated to Keystone GC LLC, the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. Thank you.
Thank you. Items 20 through 27 are all council items.
That's correct, Mayor.
Anybody have anything on those? Okay. Item 28.
Good morning. Adan Parra, Animal Services. Item 28, presentation and discussion on El Paso Animal Services, animal care attendance.
Mayor, in regards towards the council items of 22 to 25, is there ability to put them to the front of the agenda directly after the mayor's proclamations?
There are, most of them are yours, so we'll do that,
yeah.
sir.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever order you'd like, I'm okay with.
Also, notation of the city clerk, we're also missing one of the resolutions that we posted is not listed on here. And I know that we had submitted it before the deadline relating to the Borderland Mountain Bike Association recognition.
If it's not posted, it can't be posted. It has to have a 72-hour.
We will look into that, Mayor Pro Tem, but we did post everything that was received.
You saw it come through?
It's not the Borderland Jam?
No, it's the Borderland Mountain Biking Association, recognizing their over 25 years of service to our community.
Let me take a look at that, sir.
Thank you.
It came in Wednesday at 11:08.
So we're at item 29. That was item, I think we're at the first readings. Item 29.
Morning, City Council and Mayor. Fire Chief Jonathan Killings, El Paso Fire Department again. This is an ordinance for application for STAR, doing business as Revive Mobile Medical or Mobile Health, to operate a non-emergency ambulance transfer service within the city of El Paso.
Thank you, Chief. Item 30.
Good morning, Adriana Martinez with Planning and Inspections. Item 30 is the first reading of an ordinance vacating a portion of Oregon Street right-of-way located in downtown El Paso between Mills Avenue and Texas Court. This request will allow for the construction of a private underground tunnel connecting the Crest Building to the Plaza Hotel. The surface right-of-way will be retained, allowing for the continued vehicular and pedestrian access. There is no opposition, and the City Plan Commission recommendation was unanimous approval.
Thank you. Item 31.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. Kevin Smith with Planning Inspections. Item 31 and 32, staff is recommending to delete these items.
Item 32.
When will they be coming back?
I'm sorry?
When will they be coming back?
We're looking at bringing it back early in 2023, just to do some continued public outreach.
Okay, I mean, I'm a little disappointed about that. I know there's been a lot of work on them. I do think, you know, I've heard a lot of concern about the no 2 units within 500 feet, but I think that a simple amendment for a reasonable exception could have been made. But yeah, if we can just stay in touch, Kevin, in the new year, because I think this is really something that we do need to focus on. and understanding that you have one person owns 2 units, maybe they are allowed a reasonable exception and they can have, 2 Airbnbs. But I think understanding, especially in the central area, you have neighborhoods, and I talk often about how, my neighbors are the best part of where I live. And so when you see neighborhoods in central just becoming a lot of Airbnbs, people are losing their communities. And so I understand the need for that regulation, but I do think that allowing for a reasonable exception could just be an easy amendment. So I don't want to postpone this, 3 or 4 more months, but would love to talk to you in January about how we're continuing. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. We'll be sure to stay in touch with your office as well as the rest of council. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 31.
Mayor, I just had something else.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, no, I had been briefed finally last week from staff relating to this item. I do think that there is a need for the community to look at registering Airbnbs in an appropriate way and looking at the hotel motel tax. I do think that there are some questions relating towards specifically parking requirements, especially in the central area, that we would require parking similar to suburban style apartments or other sort of things, which I don't think is really appropriate. I think one of the things you also see in the central area, of which I used to represent as well, up until 6 months ago, is that in some neighborhoods you see a lot of grandma's quarters. I think the detached units, I think, is one of the terms where people rent out these old converted garages or whatever into Airbnbs or studio apartments. It's something we've actually been encouraging with our infill incentive program, with our comprehensive plan of El Paso as well. And so the thing that you notice in some of these neighborhoods is that you have neighbors who might live next to each other within 500 feet, who one neighbor might rent out an extra guest room as an Airbnb. You have another neighbor who might be renting out a detached unit, but both are owner-occupied premises, meaning that these are not just rental units that the owners don't live anywhere in the neighborhood. The owners actually live on the property as well. And I think that whatever occurs moving forward, and I do think that there needs to be looking at some sort of ability for people to register Airbnbs, that there is really a deep dive taken towards differentiating owner-occupied or owner property-occupied Airbnb units, where the owners might be in a front room or might be in a house with an Airbnb present, versus somebody that is renting out a single-family home strictly as an Airbnb. And I think that that's something that really needs to be looked at. Might not be as easy, but it's something that is more equitable and just, and also is business-friendly as well. And I know that this council looks hard at ways to be fair towards residents, also fair towards businesses as well. And majority of the Airbnbs in El Paso are people that are single-family owners and might be renting out a room, a detached garage, not necessarily large conglomerates. So I just think that that's something that should be looked at as well. But you said that guys are looking at doing community outreach over the next quarter. Is that what I understand?
Yes, sir, that is correct. Continued outreach with the neighborhoods and obviously those interested parties. And then, as mentioned, we'll be bringing it back here in early part of 2023.
So the different districts as well will be having hosted meetings before the resolution is brought back?
Yeah, we're going to be working with the Strategic Communications Office to coordinate those the public outreach efforts.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Item 31, well, that was 31 we're talking about, so 32?
That was 31 and 32, Mayor. They're both going to be deleted.
Okay. 31 and 32?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So we go to item 33.
Good morning, Edward Rodriguez with Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing. Strategic goal number 4, enhance El Paso's quality of life through recreational, cultural, and educational environments. The linkage to the strategic plan is 4.2, create innovative recreational, educational, and cultural programs. We are requesting that the City Council ratify the award of sports officials and assigners solicitation number 2023-0245 to Daniel Padilla, and that the City Council award sports officials and assigners solicitation 2023-0245 for a 1-year period in the estimated amount of $621,700. This procurement is non-competitive due to the inability to contract for a contract to be awarded after 2 competitive procurements and selection processes.
Thank you. Item 34.
Good morning, members of council. Item 34 is an ordinance authorizing the issuance of general obligation bonds in an amount not to exceed 46.1 million. This is for the 3 propositions that was approved by the voters on November 8th of this year for the community progress bond.
Thank you. Item 35.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Raul Garcia, Plan Inspections. Item 35 is the second reading of an ordinance granting a special permit to allow for parking spaces serving another property. This is for property at 7750 Gateway East. This would allow additional parking and additional employee parking for a new car dealership. There was no opposition, and City Plan Commission was unanimous approval.
Thank you. Item 36.
Item 36 is also a second reading of an ordinance rezoning property to A2 apartments. This is for 8835 Neptune Street. This would allow a triplex. There is no opposition. City Plan Commission was unanimous approval.
Thank you. Item 37.
Item 37 is also a second reading of an ordinance rezoning property to M2 manufacturing. This is for property at 10,001 Southside Road. This would allow the expansion of the existing Bustamante wastewater treatment plant. There is no opposition, and City Plan Commission was unanimous approval.
Thank you. Item 38.
38 is also second reading of an ordinance rezoning property to C3 commercial. This is for 8641 Gateway South Boulevard. This would allow automobile sales, service, storage. There was no opposition. We did receive one phone call. One phone call and one email in support, and City Plan Commission was unanimous approval.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Raul, how are you? Can you state again, I know you just said it, but for the record, can you state what the use of this property will be?
The use will be automobile sales, service, storage.
Okay, and I know that you have a letter of support from the Neighborhood Association. In speaking with them this weekend, they understood that it would be a different use. So I'm wondering if it is possible to postpone this item until the January 3rd meeting? Unless you think that you can reach out to the Neighborhood Association today and get confirmation that they're okay with it. I don't want to put that on your plate the last minute. I will defer to you what you think is appropriate.
Sure, I think we can definitely attempt to reach them today.
Okay.
And if not, we can definitely postpone. The way the applicant has described the use, they have a rideshare business, and they propose to store their vehicles there. So as classified, it does fall under automobile sales, service, storage. And that's information we could definitely share with the neighborhood.
Okay, they may have been correct, but I just know there was a little bit of confusion over it, so I just want to make sure 100% that they're okay with it before we put them on the record of support. And so if you were able to reach them today, that would be really great. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am, and we will update you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 39.
And 39 is also second reading of an ordinance. This one is rezoning property to AO apartment office. This is for 4645 Vulcan. This would allow new multifamily apartments. We did receive one letter in opposition. City Plan Commission was unanimous approval.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Can we actually postpone this until the first meeting in February? Would that be possible? Can I make that motion? I don't know, Ms. Prime, what you need from me
Yes,
for
we'll
that.
add that to the
Thank
list
you.
of proposed revisions.
I appreciate that.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you. Item 40.
Good morning again. Item 40 is an ordinance amending Title II, the City Employees Pension Fund, to allow the city to make the required employee participant contributions.
Item 41.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert Reed with Economic and International Development, and item number 41 is a discussion and action on a resolution to approve a Chapter 380 transit-oriented development agreement for the redevelopment of the property located at 301 South El Paso Street. The applicant has committed to a minimum investment of $413,392, and the resulting use will be a mixed-use development consisting of 10 market-rate residential units and 6,000 square feet of ground floor restaurant space.
Thank you. Item 42.
Good morning, Shane Brooks with the airport. This is the approval of a resolution for the Director of Aviation to sign and submit a grant application to the Federal Aviation Administration for the Airport Terminal Program Grant Award of $5 million announced earlier this year. There will be an estimated match of $6 million from Airport Enterprise Funds for a total estimated project cost of $11 million for the Rehabilitate Terminal Ceiling and Lighting Project. This was a competitive grant award. There were 640 applications. We were one of 85 selected to receive funding. And the purpose of this item is to give us the authority to submit some required documentation to finalize the application and in turn accept the $5 million award.
Thank you. Item 43.
Good morning, Sam Rodriguez, Chief Operations Officer. Item 43 is the approval of a 5-year capital improvement program for the ballpark facility, totaling at $7.9 million. We will submit a revision to the agenda that will include the funding sources for this 7.9. That will include the 5-year ballpark revenue estimated at $5.8 million, as well as the sale of capital assets at $2 million.
Now, while I was being briefed, a big part of it has already been approved through a prior meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct. We will also have a Downtown Development Corporation meeting tomorrow. We will share the revenues as well as share with you the previous capital years 23, 24, and 25 that were previously approved last year, August of 21. And this year it will include fiscal years 26 and 27 as well.
Thank you, sir. Representative Vanilla.
Thank you, Mayor. So I heard you say you were briefed. Sam, were the rest of council given the opportunity to be briefed on this item?
Well, I wasn't briefed on it. I do agenda review every Thursday, and these were the questions I had during my agenda review.
Sure, my question still stands though. Were the rest of council given the opportunity to be briefed on this?
It would be a good thing to have that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a real concern in the community. And so when we're getting a lot of calls when this item comes up but haven't been briefed and don't have the information, it's really hard for us to convey the importance of this to the community. And so just in the future, being briefed on such large items like that, I just think would be really helpful for us to be able to convey why these projects are important.
Understood, ma'am.
Representative Salcido.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for notification, yeah, I received an email and I was briefed. I don't know if everybody else got an email.
Representative Hernandez. Thank you, ma'am.
I had my briefing through my 101 with City Manager Gonzalez. I just want to clarify, you said your backup documentation would be updated, so...
The agenda posting to include the funding sources, Representative Hernandez.
Okay.
So that the agenda reflects where the money's coming from for the $7.9 million.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I have no email. I was not given the opportunity to be briefed on this, and so that is also a concern that other council members did have that opportunity. I know the city manager canceled because of just scheduling conflict for no other reason, my last 2 meetings, so if I didn't have the opportunity through there, but would have welcomed it from any other staff member. So just being cognizant that, every council member should be treated the same.
Understood.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Item 44.
Morning again, members of council. Item 44 is a resolution for bonds to be issued by the Municipal Utility District Number 1. The bonds amount are $2,015,000 for water, wastewater, and drainage facilities. And again, this debt is solely the responsibility of the Municipal Utility District Number 1 and not of the City of El Paso.
So there's just a pass-through.
It's just that we reviewed, yes, it's a part of the requirements when these were approved back in 2002, that the city reviews and approves any debt issuance.
Thank you, sir. Item 45.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Joaquin Rodriguez with CID. Item 45 is discussion and action on a funding source for the closures of Frontera Road.
Thank you. 46.
Mayor, can item 45 be moved to the forefront after resolutions and consent agenda?
I was going to ask you if you wanted that.
Well, thank you for your hospitality,
Thank
sir.
you.
You read
Yes,
my
sir.
mind.
It'll be after council items, after
Thank
all
you.
the council items.
Appreciate it.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Item 46 is, Ian Vogelweed, Strategic Partnership. Item 46 is discussion and action on a resolution approving a special rate on charging stations built and operated by El Paso Electric as part of a pilot.
Thank you. And with that, Ms. Prime?
Yes, Mayor, and
Oh, hold on one second. I'm sorry, Representative Molinari.
Thank you, Mayor. Going back to item 43, is it possible to delete that item? Because I never received an email, nor was I briefed, and I have met with the city manager as well.
You wanted to delete item 43, sir?
Yes, to the January 3rd meeting, 2023.
To the January, postpone till the January 3rd meeting?
That's, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, we'll add that to the list of proposed revisions. And Mayor Pro Tem, we did confirm with your staff that we were not copied on the email for that item, for the,
Okay, there's no way to place it on the agenda, correct?
no, sir, it didn't make the
All right.
agenda deadline.
What would be the deadline for the 23rd meeting this Wednesday at noon?
We have a meeting, the next meeting is on January 3rd?
We have a special city council meeting on
Oh,
December
for the
23rd.
23rd, yes, sir.
So can it be placed on that agenda?
It can, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Also, the other question I had relating to item 46 was, has REACT been briefed about this rate for electric vehicle charging rate? Renewable Energy Advisory Committee?
I don't think so.
I have a hard time bringing this up right now. Without that is a appointed committee that we have here specifically to look at solar and renewable energy as well as that, and this EV charging rate would be right into it. Considering that we have a $30 surcharge for solar users right now, I'm very hesitant about approving a pilot program that could justify an additional charge for electric charging stations with El Paso Electric. So,
Representative, if I may, this is not this will not be a tariff or a charge for all users. This is actually a very good news story. The charge will only be for those who utilize the charging stations. We need more charging stations as we continue to move towards the electrification of vehicles throughout El Paso. And so this is actually going to be good for the users, but the only people that who will be charged for this is not for every subscriber to EP Electric. This is only for people who actually use the utilize the charging stations.
I understand that. First of all, I haven't been briefed on this item. We also have a Renewable Energy Advisory Committee specifically to review these kind of items and to offer feedback with the industry. They haven't been briefed at this point. Also, we already have charging stations in the city. Do they have a surcharge that is charged for them as well?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
The charge for the El Paso Electric is requesting is higher than the market rate currently. So it wouldn't be competing with the market, but it is not all charging stations, generally speaking, those that are operated by chargers like ChargePoint, Blink, all charge for charging your electric vehicle.
And this is a pilot program. We're trying to move this effort forward. And as I said, this is a good news story for the community because this will give more opportunity to the community, not less, for what we need. And if you look at the numbers of where we stand against the state and the nation, we do lag both in EVs and EV charging stations. So we've got to make sure that we've got opportunities available to the community and a number of suppliers. No one will monopolize this, but we want to make sure that there are more and more opportunities for everyone across the city.
No, I know that and I recognize that. My concern is that we have, for example, for rooftop solar users with distributed generation, they're charged a $30 minimum fee, and I would hate to have a pilot program that essentially charges a minimum fee for anybody wanting to use El Paso Electric charging stations. And again, REAC hasn't been briefed about it.
So Representative Schwartzbein, the REAC has been briefed on the MOU that the city has with El Paso Electric and GM. These charging stations are a part of that initiative, part of the city-led electrification initiative. So, and I know that El Paso Electric has applied for grants to support the city on this initiative that might be held up as a result of postponing this item.
One thing that I don't necessarily see it here, but if there's a way to get analysis, I know that there's over by off of Aircraft, there's a number of charging stations. If there's a way to find out the information of what surcharge they charge their users, that would be helpful.
As part of the presentation tomorrow, I can show you what several chargers in the area are charging for electric vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Hey, Ian,
One
did
second,
you
please.
say, I was just
Oh, okay.
emailing you, Ian, is the grant going to be held up if it's not voted on?
So I believe they've used grant funds to purchase these charging stations in anticipation of being able to initiate this pilot. And so they have to report out on those grant funds, and they would be unable to report out if they're not able to proceed with the project.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
So before I ask my questions, I want to touch on that. This happens to this council a lot, where an item is brought to them and then we are told there are timeline repercussions. I have not been briefed on this item. Representative Schwartzbein mentioned he didn't be briefed on this item. If we are hitting a timeline for them to report on the grant without any briefing, that seems like poor time management for this item to be coming up, right? It is not this council's fault that we have questions, that we have concerns that have not been answered to us, and that there is a timeline. And city manager, when you bring that up, it does get a little frustrating, because we are going to ask these questions. We do care about what's happening in this, but there wasn't the consideration to bring this information to us before this deadline, and it's a little frustrating, because again, it's not the first time that this has happened on an issue. I don't know why I just muted myself. My question was in regards to the grant. So on the presentation, it states that the city was awarded a grant. Who was the grantor?
Are you referring to the lift grant on the presentation?
Yeah, but that was for Sun Metro. That's not for these charging stations?
No, that is not for these charging stations, but it does impact the overall charging station strategy.
Okay.
There's funding in that grant for 25 charging stations, in addition to the 20 that would come in from El Paso Electric. It would help us meet a 2-year goal for charging stations.
Okay, that's really helpful. So who was the grantor for the 25 stations to the city?
The lift.
Oh, it was from Lyft. Okay, I'm sorry, that was confusing to me for some reason. And who was the grantor for the 20 stations from El Paso Electric?
So El Paso Electric will be available tomorrow. They can answer that question.
That's fair. You should not have to answer for them. And you said that tomorrow you will have the cost of the average charging. And you also have with you, I guess you can't speak for El Paso Electric, but Lyft is paying fully for 25 stations, or just a portion of that cost?
I don't have that. I believe it's for the full cost. Ellen, is Ellen on the line? She might be able to answer that better.
Yeah, I guess I'm just, and so, oh, sorry,
yeah.
Ellen, go ahead.
Sorry, Ellen, my Chief Transit Officer. The grant that we received is $8.8 million with a $2.2 million grant, so it's $11 million total. So we do have a portion of the expense for all of the projects.
Okay, and how are we charging for those 25 charging stations as well?
No, ma'am. These are for internal use only at this point.
That clears that up. And do we know what the cost of the 20 EPE stations are?
They're approximately $120,000 each.
Okay, and do we know how much their grant was?
No, but they can answer that question tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, just trying to understand if they will be charging for the full cost of the 20 stations, or if they will just continue to charge,
There's,
till they don't work anymore.
the special rate is meant to recover the costs over the course of 10 years, I believe, but they can clarify.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I will have those questions for them available tomorrow, but I don't disagree with Representative Schwartzbein that maybe a little bit more time. You said at first you said the REAC was not briefed, but then you said they were briefed on the MOU.
They were correct. Back in the spring of this year, they were briefed by the Chamber of Commerce on the MOU between the city, El Paso Electric, and GM.
But they were not briefed on the details that we're getting today.
They were briefed on the charging stations being part of the overall strategy to get more electric vehicles in El Paso. El Paso Electric's program is meant to be part of that initiative.
Okay, so just for clarifying on the record, they were not briefed on this rate.
My understanding, and we can get clarity tomorrow, is that El Paso Electric has briefed council separately on the EV rate.
No, I was not briefed on the rate. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree that that's something that the REAC should be seeing, and would support Representative Schwartzbein on the postponement of this item. Thank you, Ian, for answering my questions.
Mayor Pro Tem?
So I'm not necessarily suggesting to postpone this item. We have systems and we have a high functioning, performing government with a strategic plan and a strategic plan adopted by the REAC that, we have our resiliency plan that's supposedly baked into our strategic plan as well. So when we have items like this, and we know that we have a strategic plan from REAC, I guess it's just very frustrating that they weren't addressed. And to say that being addressed at the beginning of this in spring is not the same as being addressed with specifically this MOU and looking at charging rates and having a discussion with people who are professionals and have much more of an in-depth technical experience than we do as a council in renewable energy. And so that's, I think, where my frustration is. That's again, and I understand it's a pilot program, but my concern is that it becomes a pilot program and then there's an additional surcharge that now is going to be baked in for when El Paso Electric puts in further EV infrastructure. And that's my concern coming from this. But just so I'm clear, they weren't addressed with the specifics of this MOU. They were addressed back in spring of 2022 about entering into an MOU, but not with the specifics about specifically the rate.
The rate wouldn't have been covered under the MOU.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you. Well,
So,
I look
Mayor Pro
forward to
Tem,
hearing more
to your
about
point,
it tomorrow.
because there's briefings that take place that staff does with council at all different times, just to formalize the process in order to address the comments that were made, because I'm not aware of any deadlines being missed or people not being briefed on the dais. And we have over $65 million that we've reported that we've gotten in different grants. But that being said, what we'll do in order to add some continuous improvement to this discussion is that I will make sure that all the staff, whenever they do have any grants that we're working on, that we'll have a formal work session so that all the council gets briefed in public, so that there's no equivocation or no misunderstanding if someone was or was not briefed. So we'll address it that way. And Mayor, if I may, Representative Molinar, on the item being pushed back, if you could make that motion, if you don't mind, to the second meeting in January. That way we make sure that the new council members get briefed on that ballpark item as well. Would you mind doing that, sir?
No, I know, but we're still on the last item, 46, or we need to go back?
You indicated you wanted to.
No, I mean, but we're still on the last item.
I'm sorry?
Are we still on the last item, 46, right now?
Yeah, but he's talking about item 43.
I don't know. I think y'all were discussing different items you wanted to delete or
No, item
move back.
43.
So
I don't want to
addressing two
postpone
items
item
at the same
46. I just want to be clear. I don't want to postpone item 46.
So
I
we're
think
done
it's
on
a positive
46.
thing.
And
so
the city manager's asking if instead of
46
deleting
is
item
the
43,
EV item,
we can
correct?
postpone it
So
till.
Ms. Prine, for clarity, please, item 46 will not be postponed. It will be heard tomorrow, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, and then
referring
now
to-
we need to move back to,
I might ask questions, but
I'm
Item-
referring
item
to
43.
I was referring to item 43, where you said January 3rd. I'd request, if you don't mind, to make that motion for the second meeting
in January.
On 43, once we go to 43, I have a question for.
Pardon me, sir?
Is going to hinder or hurt the process that that's the way I understood it, that we do it, the council does it ahead of time, and so will this postponement hurt the item 43?
No, Representative Rivera. As I stated in my, is when I addressed the item, items fiscal years 23, 24, and 25 were already approved last year.
Right.
This adds the increases amounts for those 3 years because of COVID impacts, and then it also adds fiscal years 25 and 26. So those fiscal years 23 has already been approved.
Okay, and I thank you for, I understood when you briefed me on that. The only thing that I was asking and concerned about was whether it would hurt in any way if we delayed it or deleted it.
No, sir. We're
Okay.
good till the second meeting in January, and we'll schedule briefings for everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I think there's been a lot of public questioning and asking on those items, and I think it's important that we do have all of council members briefed prior to bringing that item up, because I know that I've had quite a few inquiries on that item. So if we can just similar to the
Right, Mayor, as I said, we'll just make it a formal process and make it a work session. That way there's no questions. Because sometimes council will ask questions and staff will answer it. And if they don't cover everyone, we don't want to miss anybody. So yes, sir, we will address it that way by making sure that items like that are on work session updates first before they are put on the agenda.
You want to make
All
your
right, Mayor and Ms. Bryan, I move to postpone the item 4.3 to the January 3rd, 2023 City Council meeting, and for us to be briefed as city representatives.
January 17th, sir?
That would be the third.
The second council meeting.
To January 17th, to the second meeting in January, to allow for the briefing?
Yes.
Okay, when is the next meeting after that, you said?
January 3rd and then January 17th. So this would be
Well,
postponed.
January 17th, is that a holiday, the Martin Luther King?
You're correct, January 18th.
Okay, January the 18th, 2023.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Representative Molinar.
Second.
And we'll add that to the list of proposed revisions to be approved with a consent agenda tomorrow.
So that we'll make sure the motion is that what was asked by Mr. Gonzalez to move the item to the second meeting in January, which would be
January
the 18th.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And with that, Ms. Prine?
That brings us to the end of the agenda review. Is there a motion to adjourn? There's a motion. Is there a second? There's a motion and a second to adjourn the agenda review meeting. All in favor? Anyone opposed? And the agenda review meeting for Monday, December 12th, 2022 is adjourned at 9:50 a.m. Mayor, may we convene the work session?
Please.
Thank you. Good morning. This is a work session of the El Paso City Council for Monday, December 12th, 2022. It is 9:50 a.m. Mayor Lease is present and presiding in site council chambers, along with Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein, Representative Anello, Representative Hernandez, Representative Molinar, Representative Salcido, Representative Rivera. Representative Lizarraga has requested to be excused from this morning's meeting. The first item on the agenda is presentation, discussion, and action by the City Manager's Office and Office of Emergency Management, providing information on key activities, efforts, and processes related to the migrant crisis.
There he comes.
Chief Rodriguez will now provide an update on this fluid situation. As we all know, there is a lot of activity that's occurring. Thank you, Chief.
If they can please pull up the presentation, please. Jorge Rodriguez with the Office of Emergency Management. Very good. Good morning, Mayor, Council. Providing an update on the migrant crisis this morning. Next slide, please. So if I can direct you to the bottom line for December, our numbers have increased quite significantly over these last couple of weeks of December. Our daily averages have been between 800 to 1,000 to 1,100 daily releases into the community, going to our local NGOs and also to the county processing center. Our weekly, this last week was the highest number of community releases that we've had at over 6,900 releases last week. And then, of course, if we continue on that trend, the totals that you see for October, November are likely going to be surpassed this month. Next slide, please. So as we've discussed, currently our local NGOs, County Processing Center, continue to receive the bulk of the migrants released by CBP. We, as we'll discuss shortly, we are awaiting funding and reimbursement. So in terms of crisis operations, we continue with our incident action planning for this response. Next slide, please. So our incident action plan for this migrant crisis is also for Title 42. Our coordination efforts continue with the county, the Catholic diocese, all of our local NGOs, closely to ensure that we have that common operating picture. Sheltering component, we still have staff assigned within several shelters of the Catholic diocese. We continue to support them. Also working closely with the county to coordinate logistical support for the shelters here. Transportation, there's quite a bit of transportation occurring within the system. We've also seen an uptick in COVID cases, other respiratory issues within the public. We're also monitoring that closely within our congregate settings with our NGOs. Our isolation and quarantine hotels are still operational, and we have seen an increase there. We continue to monitor the healthcare system, seeing if we have any local impacts. And then the last two, we have one slide coming up to discuss the Title 42 litigation, which I'll pass over to Ms. Neiman, and then we'll touch on the cost recovery.
Thank you, Chief. Carla Neiman for the record. Council, just as an update to last council meeting's presentation, you may have seen the reports. The Department of Justice is appealing the decision from the U.S. District Court in Washington, D.C. That means that they've asked the judge to extend the injunction past December 21st, which would have been when Title 42 would have gone away. We haven't seen any decision from the D.C. court. However, the request is that he extend the postponement until the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals in Louisiana rules on their case. There's a similar case out of the Fifth Circuit. We'll keep you posted if there are any changes in that area, but hopefully you will see the December 21st deadline move well into the new year. Thank you.
Ms. Neiman, all the organizations, I know Chief's been in some of the meetings with us, but all the organizations we've talked to, everyone is preparing that it's not going to, that it's going to be lifted, and they want to be prepared. So they're not, if it happens, it happens, but everyone's preparing to be prepared for December 21st.
Correct. And that's probably the best case scenario, since you don't know when the judge is going to issue a ruling.
Right. So everyone's preparing and getting ready for it as if the ruling will stand, even though there's been some lawsuits and some objection filed. We're still going to prepare for it that way.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. And before I get into cost recovery, I'm going to take off of that conversation where we're talking about Title 42 being lifted and what that would do here in the community. We have to be cognizant with the fact that it's already here. Look at the vast numbers increased in the past couple of weeks, especially the last 3-4 days. Those numbers are unsustainable, and that is with Title 42 in place. So we can only imagine what that Title 42 lift's going to do on top of everything else. Go back to the presentation, please. So looking at the cost recovery, and we can see here that we got our first and second quarter reimbursement already. We are still waiting for the $5 million reimbursement for the third quarter, which is July through September. That's when we were operational. We were doing a lot of the transports. That's where we incurred quite a bit of money right there. We have been in constant communications with FEMA. We've been providing them any updates they might need. They reached out again this morning. They were looking at some of the contracts we had with transportation providers. That information's already been sent to them. They're working diligently to locate the funding so that we can get that third quarter reimbursement, but we haven't had there's no guarantee, and we don't have a timeline at this point in time. Looking at the fourth quarter, and that's through November 30th, we've expended $4.35 million. We did receive the $2 million up front, so we have to be cognizant of that, but we're still owed $2 million for that. A little over $2 million. So right now we are waiting for reimbursement is over $7.25 million. Our advanced funding proposal. So we've heard a lot of discussions on how's the city going to respond. And so we've been working with our partners. We've been working with the County of El Paso, with the NGOs, as well as our federal partners to determine on what's going to be needed when Title 42 is lifted. So when we look at this advanced funding proposal, we're looking at $4.7 million. What's $4.7 million going to do? It's going to allow us to serve about 600 migrants per day. That includes housing. It'll also include assistance for transportation. So those that are sponsored, we'll get them their flights. We'll make sure, help them arrange transportation. It's also going to include some long distance transportation. And the reason for that is there's only so many flights and buses out of El Paso. As you can see, and as I've reported out, we have large numbers of people already in the airport awaiting flights out. It's only going to continue to get backlogged with the travel season, the holiday season. And so with that, you have to be cognizant of that we're going to have to send people to other transportation hubs. So that would be, pre-staging, either arranging their flights out of, let's say, Dallas or Denver or whatever city that we can get to closely that has the capacity. We'll be sending them there so they can fly or bus out of those locations as well. That includes the housing at the hotels, as we talked about. It includes all the city operations we're doing. As you've all seen, several of you have communicated, we have a lot of rubbish or items left behind that is cluttering certain areas of town. So we do have cleaning crews. The ESD has been going out. They've been making sure those are picked up. We're still doing the street cleanings. We're making sure that it remains healthy and safe for our community. So looking at that current status and what we're operationally are doing, funding and reimbursement is first and foremost. We've had several calls with FEMA. We've heard some chatter that the city did not provide enough information. I just want everyone to understand that we did meet with FEMA here at City Hall. I believe it was on November 30th. The mayor was in the meeting, city manager, several of us were in that meeting. And we discussed that what I just showed you, that $4.7 million per month request. And we talked about the reimbursements we had submitted. They did ask for some additional information that day on the 30th, which we provided to them that evening. And on the following day, we did receive correspondence that they had enough information for us to go forward with advanced funding. They set up a timeline, but since then, the chairman of the board, Mike Lee, it's been a switch over. And so he's no longer the chairman. So they're waiting to get the new chairman up. With that, it doesn't come with a timeline. So that's the unfortunate situation we're in right now, when we don't know when or if we're going to get those advanced fundings. As I talked about a little bit ago, we are constantly working with our county, our NGOs, Border Servant Corps out of Las Cruces, and the Catholic Diocese. The Catholic Diocese is really being aggressive, trying to get up and stand up and do some more operations. We do have staff assisting throughout all these NGOs to help them with those vacancies that they have in their volunteer portfolio. And then we also hear a lot of chatter. I have to talk about this. We hear a lot of chatter about why is the city of El Paso cost so much for these operations? I want to be very clear. And when we have to stand up and we have to operationalize, who do we utilize? First and foremost, it's fire and police. Why? Because we have large numbers of those within those organizations, and they're capable. They're used to handling large amounts of people, crowds. They're also used to taking care of medical care and public safety in general. So those are the two departments that we run to first. With that, they come at a cost. So as we know, they're all CBA negotiated. And then with that it's not like if you borrow somebody, if my time gets taken today and I have to go help out on a line over here, there's no one that has to backfill my position. When we pull fire and police, we are not going to pull services from our community. And so what I mean by that is there's overtime, whether they're working at the processing center or that overtime is out in the streets, but we're making sure that our gaps are filled and that we're not leaving the community unprotected. So that's the reason why we cost so much more. As we saw, the county was able to sit back, or they were working the process, that's a better term. So they were able to take their time and work the process throughout the summer to secure that advance funding. When we got hit with the crisis that hit us in late August through September, October, we had no other option than to operationalize. And so we brought up those fundings, those high dollars that we talked about, that 7.28 that's owed to us right now. That's what it costs to operationalize. They waited, now they have advanced funding. They are operationalized as far as a processing center. As we've seen, they're already at capacity at that center. It is a tasking situation. And so what we're doing at this point in time is we're waiting for that advanced funding so we can stand up our operations.
Hey, Chief, I know that we were in a meeting on November 30th, and they were able to look up and see our application and see that the application was submitted. They had the application, and they had very minimal questions, and was just exactly what you explained to the council was what you explained to FEMA, and they were okay with. So it wasn't the application was filled and submitted way ahead of time. They needed we did it in November, and you had till December 5th. So we were, and they're looking at funding from a different fund. Hopefully, give us some of that money on third quarter before the end of the year. So there was no issues on the application, which was we had that discussion on, and I know Mr. Gonzalez, you and I, Chief Rodriguez, were all in there speaking with FEMA, and they had no issues with it. So, and I think you're right about when you're talking about, you know, when we started using, you know, going forward and not waiting to be funded, because we couldn't wait. We didn't have that luxury to say we're going to be able to wait, and we did a really a great job. I think that city manager and yourself and all the staff did an incredible job of doing it. And now that the county has been able to get the money up front, and they have the funding, and now we're waiting for that so we can continue. But we have not stopped. We have not stopped for a minute, as you explained to everyone what we're doing, and we'll continue to do. So again, I thank you all. It's I know it's a lot of work. I know that I was at the airport almost every night now, or early mornings I'll go by, and Mr. Rodriguez, your staff is doing an incredible job. I'm starting to get to know them all by first name basis now, because they're out there and they're working, and they're there late at night, and they're really doing a good job of making sure that everyone's being taken care of and taken care of properly. So I thank you and your staff for what you all are doing. And you know, we're working really close with Border Patrol, and I know that last night I was there late last night at the bridge, and when I saw some things I need to discuss, I actually called the chief of the Border Patrol and woke him up. I had some important questions to ask and to talk to him about. So it's we're doing a really good job of making sure that we continue to treat people properly. There are some huge concerns, and you know, and we'll continue to look at that. Secretary Mayorkas will be in late today and have some meetings planned for tomorrow, and we have some questions that we'll be working with him that hopefully will be clarified. Thank you, Chief. Representative Rodriguez, followed by Mayor Pro Tem.
Good morning, and thank you for that presentation. So I fear that in less than a week and a half, maybe we're going to find ourselves between a rock and a hard place. What are we going to do?
And I think that's a great question, and that's why we're all working today to make sure that we don't get caught that way, that Title 42 is lifted or not lifted. We're going to be prepared either way.
So we've had conversations about the need, the urgency to declare prior to the lifting. Right now it's held up in the court. We don't have an official word on if it's going to stay or not. Once we get that, that'll give us a lot of clarity. What we also have is the plans in place. And so those plans are what I talked about earlier when I talked about the $4.7 million per month. That's the advance funding we're looking for, and that's to handle 600. 600 on top of what the county's handling today and the local NGOs is probably close to today's numbers. It doesn't include a Title 42 lifting, so we have to be cognizant of that.
And by 600, he means 600 a day.
So that's housing, that's also assisting them with their transportation efforts.
But 600, that's a money. That's
600 is the number of people that we
people.
can process
Okay.
or
and
house.
And that's costing us, or that's what is
That
our
would cost
estimate?
about 4.7 per month. That will include everything from meals, housing,
Okay.
the processing, and the transportation
But
piece.
as of now, we have not yet received the reimbursement, and I understand that it is a process, and we have not yet received it. But if we have not yet received the reimbursement that we need, what guarantees us that we're going to have that upfront money in less than a week and a half?
There's no guarantees, either on the reimbursement or the upfront funding.
Okay, so to me, a logical thing to do would be to be prepared. We often talk about being proactive and not reactive, and that is why you all continue to recommend that we declare a disaster declaration. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and can this council do it?
No, by state law, it can be the mayor or it can be the county judge.
Okay, then that is it for me. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Representative Schwartzwein?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you go back to the item that talks about first quarter of 2023?
Right here?
No, it was the one that was looking at March of 23, and it listed out the anticipated costs related towards shelter, transportation. Yes, this one. Okay. So just for the edification of the public, what we're looking at here is what our Office of Emergency Management is anticipating to spend on a plan to deal with an increase of asylum seekers coming into our community. Shall Title 42 be lifted, right?
That's correct.
So if somebody asks, what is our plan moving forward? What we're looking at right here is clear indication of what the Office of Emergency Management is planning.
That is correct.
So can you just help to summarize this again for the benefit of the public and the council, what our plan is moving forward if Title 42 is lifted at the end of this quarter, so starting in January?
Okay, so our plan is to serve 600 migrants per day, so those asylum seekers that are coming into the community. So with that 600 per day, that would involve receiving them from CBP or ICE, up to 600 people per day, taking them in, assisting them, those that are sponsored, with making their travel arrangements. It also, when Title 42 is lifted, we have to imagine that same population that we saw back in September and October, the unsponsored is going to be part of that. So we're also going to have that to factor in, where we might have to provide some long distance transportation to get them to their desired destinations. This will also include all the food and toiletries and stuff like that the individuals need as they're coming into our center. This will give them back to, as you saw before, where we focused on making sure they had those basic needs met. So water, food, some basic first aid. If they need some type of medical assistance, we will call in and we will transport to a hospital if that's what they desire. And so we make sure those items are met. This also includes lodging, and that would be utilizing our hotel system. As we've showed in previous presentations, that operation is less costly than going with a mega shelter or an emergency type shelter as we're used to when we see hurricanes or major disasters. That this plan also includes the cost it's going to take for citywide cleanup. And as I talked about a little while ago, we're seeing congestion of items or trash or rubbish left behind, and we're having to make sure we keep that clean. Why? It's for the health and safety of our community. And then support, that's just in all the support factors that go into this. If we have to include everything, you're talking about meals, you're talking about security, medical care. I mean, it's the whole wraparound services.
And do we have an idea if the asylum seeker flow is above 600, what occurs at that time in terms of being able to deal with that if there's releases higher than that?
Well, all of our plans are made to scale. So if we had to up that, this is the number we, as a community, we don't have advanced funding. Mm-hmm. So we have to look at on if we were going to go to this, we came up with the 4.7 to look for that. That's a responsible number when you're in the planning stages, because we don't know what Title 42. The government doesn't know what Title 42 is going to do, what kind of numbers. So this is the base number that was set from there. Obviously, if we had to stand up more, the cost would go up higher.
And has the state reached out to us about wanting to offer us any advance funding? I know that we've been reaching out to our federal representatives and our federal authorities in terms of funding, but has the state offered to step up and help the 6th largest city in Texas?
The state, that I'm aware of, they do not offer funding
Okay.
for this.
So the state is not offering any funding relating to migrants, but they're willing to put DPS officers on the border.
No, what they typically do when you declare, and what they did with other declarations we've had, like for example with COVID, they'll provide people, they'll provide the testing, they'll provide the vehicles, they'll provide the facilities, they'll do things like that so that we don't have to expend that 4.7 million that you see up there on the plan. So although we don't get direct funding, they do provide those other resources that maybe make that 4.7 and do 700,000 a month as opposed to 4.7, or make it 1.7 million a month. It just depends on the type of resources that they provide. It's different with every emergency, but that's part of the process.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that, you know, reaching out, whether it's our state representatives or folks in the governor's office, we know how to deal with our community best. We don't need somebody from Austin directing us and telling us what to do. We have extremely competent, compassionate people at the Office of Emergency Management in the city of El Paso who time and time again have been dealing with asylum seekers in this community since at least 2017. If there is a question,
we agree, Mayor
yeah,
Pro Tem, we agree.
Yeah, so I
and
think
whenever
that's
we've declared in the past, they do not take over. We're still in charge.
Yeah.
If we were to declare with this process, we would still be in charge. I mean, I think we've made that very clear.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that there's no confusion on that.
No, I just think that, you know, we should be reaching out to the governor's office, not to have them take over to put in soldiers here, but to give, you know, if we have a $4.7 million gap for funding, the state should be providing that funds. We shouldn't be relying solely on the federal government, especially if they're concerned about the border as they say they are.
Again, let me just say before you answer, the chief, whenever we've declared in the past, we've always remained in charge of the operation. We're the incident commanders, and we remain in charge, and they just simply provide assets to whatever emergency is we're working with. Go ahead, Chief.
That's exactly what I was going to follow up with, is if we declare, we remain in control of the operation. And they truly come in to assist, whether it's through staffing, whether it's through transportation, logistics, you know, whatever that may be. We still control the operation.
But they won't support
out of the
with
Office of Emergency Management. They don't provide funding. That's not normal process for the state.
I think that's an important point right there, Chief, that even if we do that, they will not provide funding.
It's the
funding
staffing.
comes from FEMA and the federal
That's right.
government, and
Exactly
it will
right.
continue. And when we do spend it, it will still continue to get reimbursed from FEMA and the federal government.
That's exactly
So-
right, Mayor.
So that's the
exactly
important part. I think people think that once we declare a state of emergency, we walk away and they come in, and we actually, that's probably total opposite.
Far from the truth. Yes, we still remain in charge. The biggest, the most critical thing to remember is what we've asked for several times
Right.
now over the
Yes,
past
sir.
several months to declare is for that assistance with staffing and
that
those
would-
resources.
And we still don't
Mayor,
know.
And Mayor, that would help, like, offset some of these where we would have a cost avoidance, I guess is what I was explaining earlier.
Yeah,
that
we
transportation
still don't know
piece.
if they're going to send the National Guard, they're going to send the DPS. That's, at this point, when you do that, that's not a given that that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, Texas military, I mean, just looking at past times we've called them, they've utilized them several times. As you know, they provided COVID testing to all of us during the height of the COVID, and they also provided vaccinations. And so it's their use of force. That's who they have to deploy.
And as an example of that, when the National Guard did come into play, like at the food bank as an example, they provided resources, manpower, staffing power in order to get the meals prepared and things of that nature. So there's a variety of things that they do in order to assist with the effort.
So it might not be direct funding that they provide, but it's cost avoidance. And so if you look at it from that perspective, that's utilizing their staff to help run the operation. It's utilizing their resources to help transport them out of our community to get them to their final destinations of their choice. That's the value it brings there. So we can't just take it between cash and this. You have to look at it from that perspective.
And I just had one last question. I don't know. There was reports yesterday and video of a fairly large group of asylum seekers that were crossing to claim asylum. Can you talk about a little bit about what occurred, I guess, yesterday, and the group that was there, and then also how does that inform and engage the process of these daily releases?
So we can look at it. If the last few days, it's been about 2,500 apprehensions per day. That's a lot of movement. It's if we saw when we were operational September, October, these daily apprehensions have blown that number out the water. So that's the kind of increase we're looking compared to when we were operationalized. Yesterday, we did get reports of approximately 20 buses that entered Juarez with migrants coming in. A lot of them were directed towards the border. I know talking with CBP, they talked about one group as large as 700 was approaching yesterday. What that does is it really puts the strain on our Border Patrol. They have to go through the processing. Right now they have the ability to use Title 42, so some of them will be sent back and they will be marked with the Title 42. And then the rest of them have to go into processing. The key thing to remember is at 2,500 per day is the number of apprehensions. We all know the Border Patrol facilities, what was the capacity, right around 1,200?
1,040.
1,040, right? 1,040. And they're over 5,000. So,
and they have the relief next year, which is another 600.
Not even close to the 5,000. So when you look at that's their capacity, but they have to process still. So it puts the burden on them. But what you do is you look down the stream. It might take a day or two, a few days to process these individuals, but eventually they turn into releases. And releases is when it really look at it the local on what that's doing. So we're still seeing that they're providing a lot of decompression flights. They are flying out to other areas. They are doing, I believe they're still doing some buses. The biggest thing we saw just, I believe it was Saturday, it was 498 street releases. And they call them safe community releases. They're left at the Tornado, as we've discussed. Now they're leaving at other bus stations as well. That's a lot of individuals that are being released. On top of all the NGOs, on top of the county's operation, these are numbers above that.
You know, and I think when they get dropped off, whether it's at the Tornado bus station, the Greyhound, or additionally, that's why they call them safe, because they're sending them somewhere where they can catch a bus and get transportation. And a lot of times it's not till the next morning or late in the afternoon, but and that's why they're called safe releases. But I know that Bishop Seitz is working really close with us. I've had numerous conversations with him on helping us to be able to house some of the migrants, and he's looking at a lot of the resources to see. But he's still, when we talk about them, they're still going to rely on FEMA and reimbursement from FEMA. That's where their funding will need to come also. So. And that doesn't change anything. Representative Salcido.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a huge proponent about working proactively and not reactively. We all learned that it's more effective. We can mitigate cost. And so just with that being said, we all know this is not sustainable. And I just want to get a better idea if an emergency is called, or how long for it to take effect.
Immediate.
Well, you declare an emergency, and it's you declared at that point in time. How long does it take effect? If you're asking when do we get resources, there's no guarantee on resources. We would immediately put a STAR request up to the state, letting them know that we have declared here locally, and we'd ask them for whatever support they could for this migrant crisis.
In the past, they have responded in the 24 to 48 hours, sometimes 72-hour time frame. So it has been. They have expedited the resources that are needed, and again, it depends on the emergency, and we can't guarantee, as the chief said, when we would get that. I would also say, with respect to the whole idea of being proactive, and the mayor mentioned some meetings that we've been in, all of us, him, myself, both chiefs that are up there addressing you right now, and in the meetings we've been in, we've also outlined the idea of utilizing Fort Bliss, and how no different than with the Afghani population. When the refugees with big numbers, we're talking about big numbers today as well, and so that's the next pragmatic step that you would want to take to address the issue, because you're right, we can't stem the tide. The flow, if it does do what is prognosticated to do, it's going to be very difficult to address the issue.
Okay, perfect. And who in in the state can we speak to beforehand, so we know what how fast can they deploy, so that we know when to basically declare it, so we're, come December the 20th, we're not basically declaring it and waiting for the resources to come here. I just really want to be ready by December the 20th.
Understood, but we have to commit to an emergency before we request services. So it just depends on the day of the week. If we wait till the 21st or the holiday weekend, they might not have staff available to get out here within 24 hours. The sooner we do, gives them the more time to be reactive, so they can gather their personnel that they're going to send this way.
Okay.
And so it's about a timing issue, and it's not about we're thinking of declaring. We have to declare, and then we can request resources, and from that point, then we'll start getting a time frame of when we could think we could see any relief, if any.
Okay, and then that would be my biggest suggestion, is for us to do that and be able to be ready, not closer to December the 20th. You know, we don't want to be basically dealing with it at that time. I do have more questions in regards to, you said we're receiving 600, you said daily right now, or how?
No, that was the plan that we submitted for the advanced funding. So that's looking at an operational plan to receive 600 per day. It's directly to the city of El Paso.
And I know that last we had spoke about numbers. It was 250 a day. How much is that in regards to individuals? Like how much per, like, to facilitate the cost of one person that we have to shelter, feed, bus?
I don't have that number offhand, but I'll get that for you. It's
Okay.
not, I don't have it with me.
I just want to get an idea of like what number we're looking at, and just want to really make sure that we're being prepared and we're ready to handle this the most proper way. So thank you.
Thank you. And that's it, Chief. And I think it's important that we are being proactive. And just like Representative Rodriguez said, there's no guarantee on funding, refunding, and there's no guarantee when you do a state of emergency what and who will be sent to help us. So, and that's why we're going to be prepared and continue to be prepared to work forward for not only the 21st, but every day. You know, it's a, you know, the things change daily, and we got to be really reactive. I mean, proactive and not reactive, because they, because it seems to change almost hourly. So, thank you with that, Chief.
Sir.
I have just a really quick question. Is there any reason for us to believe that we would get zero help from this declaration?
No.
No, there's no reason
In
to
the
believe
same way
that.
that we won't believe we're not
Okay.
going to get reimbursed either.
All right.
But there's no guarantees, just like you asked. If there was a guarantee, there's no guarantee on either side. But we are going to get reimbursed, and we are going to get some funding. We just don't know the amount at this point. So it's basically the same thing.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to, you know, because I don't want there to be any assumptions or insinuations that, you know, even if we declare, we have precedence to believe that the state of Texas would not help the city of El Paso.
No, ma'am.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Just to be clear, because I mean, that sounded like a double negative there. If we declare, we do believe we will receive assistance, and we believe it will come quickly from the state, and that would be in the form of people, resources, and the equipment or things like that they've done before. We're
Logistics.
just simply saying we don't know, because how they respond, obviously, just like how we respond and how people want us to respond versus how we respond is sometimes different, because it has to be the best in terms of efficiency and the pragmatism that goes with that, and the cost associated as well. But the mayor, the council, I think you are fully aware that this is not a sustainable situation. We have briefed, we have made our recommendations. That's the reason the council gave the emergency ordinance approval, and that gave us the ability to spend the money we've spent up to this point. But obviously, we cannot continue to do that because that is financing the operation.
You know, Mr. Gonzalez, you're so correct that all the money and all the housing, we're not going to work our way out of this. It's something bigger and different that needs to happen. And we can continue to get funding, but at the end of the day, something has to happen. And housing, we're not set up to have permanent housing, and there's no way we would be able to work our way out through housing or funding. So it's really important that our federal partners do something that is going to stop the, control the flow. You know, I think, as Chief D'Agostino tell you, that everyone's welcomed. We just want to make sure that we can control the flow and make sure that we continue to operate in a safe manner and that everyone is safe.
If I could just highlight
Thank
one
you.
more fact. to the-
Representative Nello?
I still
Okay.
had the mic. Sorry. Go ahead, Chief.
Out of that third quarter, that 5.13 million that we spent, we have to look at it. 3 million of that was for transportation alone. The very onset of that operation, we talked to the state because we didn't think our transportation was going to be able to keep up. They did come to town to look at that operation within a matter of a couple of days. And so we have to imagine that if we'd had utilized their services, that we wouldn't have expended that 3 million in transportation. While we probably would have spent some, it wouldn't have been to that level because they would have taken on what they could handle as well.
Okay, so I mean, to me, it just seems that it would be a better strategic move for everybody involved if this was a joint coordination between the city, the state, and the federal government.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Nello?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chiefs. Good to see you. I have a question about kind of how the state was transporting individuals before. It was a question that I think everyone across the country had, even those cities who were receiving migrants from the state of Texas without coordination. Do you know if they were processed and or sent to a place in which their court date was set? I know we were doing that because we were working with CBP, but nobody is, who I've spoken to, you may know, yeah, we don't know. So I do want to point out that that is also a repercussion, or maybe not the correct word. That is something we would also, working with the state, would be a part of, right? We have no idea if the individuals that the state sent to New York court date is in that area, or if they know when their court date is, or if there was any coordination with them to not find themselves in a particularly hard situation 6 months from now when they don't show up for court because they weren't given that information, right? And I know you all did the work very well, and you worked very hard to make sure that we were coordinating to make sure that these migrants who went through the process legally were being transported to a place that was accessible to them to further that immigration process. And one of my concerns in working with the state is that nobody is really clear that that happened to the individuals transported by the governor. And I don't, I've expressed my concerns many times. This isn't one that I've talked about, but that is a real concern that I have, that if we are partnering with the state, they are not coordinating shipments. Shipments is a terrible word. I can't believe I said that. But it was also used by the governor. So, I mean, that is how he talks about migrants. It's just, we put in a lot of work, right? We did this the right way. And I don't want to find us later in a situation working with the state and we're no longer doing it the correct, humane way. Because that's not who we are. That's not who you all are. That's why you set up an operation that was, showing the country that this can be done well, right?
For clarity, though, if I could speak to that, when we did call them and ask them because we thought our transportation was going to hit capacity, and we talked to them, they were coming in to work with what we were doing, and we were looking at providing transportation to where people wanted to go.
But we're not doing that anymore.
There was nothing outside of that, as you're saying. So I'm just saying they were going to come in to assist us, so that would be us determining the locations. They were providing transportation.
But we're not doing that anymore.
Correct.
With
So if we
Title
call it-
42,
yeah.
we would have to.
Sure, and so okay. So I just wanted to make that statement, though, because I think it is a real concern, and it's not a conversation that a lot of people have been having publicly. But it's something that we should be thinking about in continuing this process.
I got it.
And right to the point that we're not doing it, but we would have to. Well, what if the state comes in and just does it? Then we don't ask questions, and we don't know what their process is, and I don't want to get into it any further, but I just wanted to share those concerns with you. Yeah, please
If I could,
feel free to comment.
A declaration prevents that because it keeps us in charge. If the state comes in today without us asking, then it's their operation. They're going to do what they want to do.
Well, except that
they have the purview to do that.
Well, but that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm not saying that what you're saying doesn't make sense, but to me it doesn't make sense because they've been doing this in cities that have declared a declaration in which they're not coordinating transportation. And so it's still a little iffy to me. And until I can get absolutes, it's going to be iffy to me. My second point would be that I did just send you a cell phone number of one of our state reps who really does want to get involved and see what they can do on their end to help, without declaring the declaration. And so that's for you to do what you will. I would also, this is... I'm not going to ask you to do this. It would be a decision that the city manager would make. We do have a special meeting on December 23rd. We do expect Title 42 to be, when is the end date? The 21st?
21st.
So again, it's the day before Christmas Eve, so I'm not going to ask anything. It would be a decision of the city manager. But if there is information that we're expecting a big change, that is an opportunity to brief the council one last time.
So if I may, Ms. Anello, to your point, I think you made some excellent points in relation to what the state did in the past. As the chief pointed out, and I want to reiterate to all members of the council, if there were to be a declaration and if there were transports involved, the city would be in charge of that. I want to be clear about that. I want to make sure that you all hear that there's no misunderstanding by you or the public. We would be in charge of that. It'd be no different than what we did before. With respect to calling a declaration, and again, I'm stating something the mayor is fully aware of, and so are the two chiefs. This would have to be done prior to the 23rd, not the day of, on the 21st, and the mayor knows that. I think the council knows that. We are all aware of that, and so anything that would be done on the 23rd, I think that'd be late to give you updates. We would probably update you via email like we have been doing, and then we continue and share that information with state and federal delegation as well, all members of the state delegation and all members of the federal delegation, to make sure that everyone understands what we're doing, how we're doing it. And I know that there's a lot of people who have a lot of thoughts on this subject, and I know that our staff has been deep into this since late 2018, and this thing has changed. When I say this thing, this situation, this crisis has changed, and it's meandered, and it's been different. Obviously, in late 2018, it wasn't what it is today, and lifting the Title 42 is going to be a totally different situation as well. And Mr. Gonzalez, to your statement right there, that when we had originally we had the people from Venezuela that were not sponsored, and then when that changed and it became sponsored, originally before that we had probably about 95% of all the people had sponsors, and then it kind of changed around and we had about 80% not sponsored. And when Title 42 gets lifted, I think the numbers will flip again. So, and that's why we're working on it, and that's why we are being proactive to understand what's going to happen and how we need to make sure that we're ready.
And
thank you again.
For one more item, if and when we declare, we'd have to bring it back to council within 7 days to ratify that declaration.
Correct. Thank you.
Can you do it before the 7 days, or it has to be at the 7 days?
Within 7 days.
Okay, so you would do the 23rd, but then you wouldn't have time to do it until the 3rd.
We can declare a state of emergency.
To get it on the agenda.
Ms. Neiman, you need, let's say we wanted to have a special meeting, to Representative Nello's point, to declare a state of emergency, what type of time period would we need to post it on the agenda?
So in the past, you've used the urgent public necessity language out of our charter that allows us to post notice of a special meeting of council within 2 hours.
Okay, so.
You could do that, or if you choose to do it by a special meeting, it would require the 72-hour notice.
Okay, thank you for that. Representative Rodriguez?
Correct.
So-
And then just so that council is aware, if you all choose to declare a state of emergency and need to extend it past the 7 days, it would require unanimous vote of the people present at council.
Right.
But I guess is the 7 days from the posting date or the actual vote?
It's 7 days from when the mayor signs the declaration that the council then has to meet to extend it. So it's
No longer than 7 days.
the declaration only lasts for 7 days.
Right, so no longer than 7 days.
So hypothetically, Ms. Neiman, if the mayor would choose to declare today, we can call that special meeting, that emergency meeting today, and we could ratify it essentially between the end of the meeting today or tomorrow.
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay, thank
But,
you.
and I'm sorry, I still had the time, but the concern would be after that, because then even if you did it the 23rd, your next day would be the 30th.
Correct. So I think that council is cognizant of the fact that if the declaration happens this week, it's easier to call the urgent public necessity now.
But if you call it after the fact, after it's lifted, and the numbers are significantly higher, it's not going to be an administrative routine process. I mean, everyone's going to ask a ton of questions.
why didn't we do it earlier? And if the numbers are what we think they're going to be, it could get very tumultuous.
Even with today's numbers, I have to recommend a declaration. I mean, 2,500 apprehensions on the daily when they're doing 498 community releases.
Thank you.
Those numbers are high.
Again, I'm not ready to declare anything today, but I am working with Mr. Gonzalez and the chief, and I told the chief at around midnight, I really considered calling him last night, but I said, I'll wait till tomorrow. So we are working real close together to make sure that our community comes first and we take care of our community. And like I said, we're working real close together at this point. But at this moment, I'm not ready. But I will, like I said, continue to work with Office of Emergency Management and City Manager. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one last comment. Sorry, one more comment. Okay, just to clarify, because Ms. Neiman said you all have 7 days to declare. Again, we can't declare initially. This has to come
That's
from the mayor
exactly it.
first.
So if the mayor declares an emergency, we have to bring it in front of council within 7 days of that declaration, or it just expires. So we would need council to vote on it, to approve it, to ratify it, which would continue it from there.
Okay.
But it would stay in effect for 7 days, and then it would expire. So we'd have to get it back to council for
Okay.
vote.
And ultimately, the decision comes from the mayor, which he already said that he's not ready to do.
Correct.
Thank you.
However, if he does declare and it comes back for a council vote, has to be unanimous. You need to be clear about that as well.
And including the mayor.
And the consent of the mayor.
Absolutely, it's the
Yeah,
consent.
that's what I'm saying. It
It's
has
the
to be
consent of the, Mayor, you do have to
Thank you.
vote on that, and it's a consent of the
Correct.
mayor, I believe is what Ms. Neiman indicated.
Right. Thank you. And I have to call and declare it, and then we have to have unanimous vote. Thank you. And with that, thank you, Chief, and Mr. Gonzalez, and we'll continue to work together.
That brings us to item 2 on the agenda, and this is a quarterly presentation to the City Council on the financial status of the water, wastewater, and stormwater utilities. Good morning, Ms. Navarrete.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Marcela Navarrete, Vice President with El Paso Water. I'll be presenting today. If we could bring up the presentation, please. Okay. So the topics for today's quarterly presentation will be, I'm going to introduce you to the EP Water leadership team, responding to staffing challenges, improving customer service, our fiscal year 23-24 budget with our priorities and our rates, the sustainable infrastructure surcharge, protecting affordability, and our public comment opportunities. So first of all, through the next year, we will be rotating who will be presenting for the quarterly presentations. So as you know, John has been the person who has been presenting quarterly, and we will also be having Lisa Rosendorf, who's our Chief Communications and Government Affairs Officer, myself, and Mr. Gilbert Trejo, who has just been promoted to our Vice President of Operations and Technical Services. So talking about staffing challenges, of course, the utility is not immune to what has been happening over the past couple years with what everybody has been experiencing with the staffing challenges. This bar chart can show you since 2019 kind of the trend, but luckily in this fiscal year 2022, we have been able to improve on some of the statistics that you see here. And we do want to thank the city staff, specifically from the city HR department. We've worked very closely with them to try to be able to retain and obtain staffing, particularly in our field operations, our plant operations, and our customer service department. And as you can see, we've been successful in being able to get new hires, and we're now about 24% down from our full staffing. But The really important part is we have to continue this trend, because if you'll see right below the pie chart, we have 297 employees that are eligible for retirement over the next 5 years. So we need to be continuing to hire and prepare for that transition. So how it has helped us in our customer service department, a year ago, we had half the number of call takers that we had on our staffing tables. So now I'm glad to say that we are practically fully staffed. It's a high turnover position, but we have continuous recruitments that are being done, and so we've been able to increase that staff because we've been able to increase the pay for those staff members. We've also been able to increase the use of our new web portal. In March, we went live with our new customer service system, and we have a new portal, and so we continue to see that being used more and more. Consequently, we've been able to decrease our wait times on calls, and we've also been able to reduce our abandoned calls. So we're moving in a very positive trend. So I'm going to change to talk about our budget now. So looking at our budget time frame, our fiscal year starts March 1 and it goes through February 28th. And so in the summer, we really start working on the CIP. We start gathering what are our needs, what do we need for the next year. And actually, we produce a 10-year CIP, but we really concentrate on the next year. And then we also look at our operations. We look at what are our priorities for our operating staff. Then we had a public presentation this November 29th in the evening. It was a Tuesday evening, so that people could attend. And then we will be presenting to the PSB for final adoption at our January 11th regularly scheduled board meeting. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our system and inflationary challenges. First, let's look at the system. To put it in perspective, we maintain over 5,200 miles of pipe. That's both water and wastewater. So it's equivalent to a trip from El Paso to Seattle to Chicago and back. So quite extensive pipeline. And El Paso's kind of unique in that because the mountain kind of cuts the city in half, so we have to have pipelines that go around the mountains. But you see here our average age of pipe. For wastewater pipes, it's 45 years old, and water pipes, 37. So you can see that we're doing a little better on water side, but we do need to do some catching up on the wastewater side. And again, we're a 24/7 operations. So we have to have staff available 24/7, not just at our plants, operating our plants, our water, wastewater plants, but also responding to emergencies. And then, of course, during the rainy season, our stormwater crews also are responding 24/7. So looking at inflation, I think we all are very well aware of what's happened over the past couple years from an inflation standpoint, and we're not immune to those effects. You can see in construction alone, the past 2 years, what has happened, and we have seen it in our construction projects. They have become more and more expensive. And as our capital program is increasing, unfortunately, that's not a good thing for us that our capital program is increasing and we're having these inflationary effects on it too. But it's not just construction. In our operating budget, we also see increases. You can see here just some examples we pulled of costs that have gone up over the last 3 years: gas, fuel, electricity, materials, chemicals. So our budget is being hit quite substantially with these costs increases. So now I'm going to take a look at the capital and operating budgets. We did a survey recently, and the result of the customer survey showed that from a priority perspective, this is what our customers want from us. They want us to be replacing the pipes. They want us to develop a sustainable water supply, and they want us to build flood control. So those were their top 3 priorities. So looking at our capital improvements program, this is how it's split out. What we're proposing is a $554 million capital program for next year. You can see the largest category is our treatment facilities, and I'll get into that in a couple slides a little deeper. But also you see very close behind are our pipelines. Again, we have to keep up with the rehabilitation of our pipelines. So here's some key components of our capital improvements program. On the water side, you can see there pipelines being the primary component. And on the wastewater, you'll see the wastewater treatment plant there with 189 million, again being our major driver in our wastewater side. What is that driver? It's the expansion and upgrade of the Bustamante wastewater treatment plant that is in the lower valley. It needs to be expanded. We have now hit the point that is triggered by TCEQ rules where we have to be designing and expanding it. It is 31 years old, and as we all know, there's been tremendous growth over those 30 years out on the east side. So we do have to expand it from 39 million gallons a day to 51 million gallons a day. And as wastewater treatments take a beating every day, treating our wastewater, it also needs to be upgraded, and you can see there some of the upgrades needed. So looking at the next 5 years, a combined water and wastewater capital improvements program, you can see, again, we're proposing about a over $500 million CIP, but you can see what happens over the next 2 years. And that, again, is really because of the Bustamante plant. Over the next 5 years, we're going to spend over $700 million to expand and upgrade that one plant. So now we're going to switch gears and look at our stormwater utility. We have a $71 million capital improvement program. And again, it's based mostly on storage pond and facility improvements that we need to make. Some key components of that capital improvement program, $36 million for new or improvements to stormwater ponds. And you'll see there we are going to spend about $14 million for land acquisition. So one of the big challenges in the central part of the city is when we need to expand ponds to capture that water that runs off the mountains, and we have to acquire land, and that's expensive in the central part of town because everything's built out. So we do have to then go and look for property acquisitions, what makes sense and what we can buy at a reasonable cost. As you'll recall, after last year's 2021's monsoon season that hit us very hard, we did get input from council and the public that they wanted us to accelerate the capital improvement programs in stormwater. So we did accelerate it in try to get it done in 10 years rather than the 20 years that the original master plan called for. So as a result, this current year we did increase the budget to 70 million, and as you can see, we will continue to do that. So combined, our water and wastewater budget summary, our operating budget is increasing by 13 million. Our debt service has increased by 44 million. If you'll recall, we were here with some very large bond issues to build the capital projects that we need. Our capital budget will be 554 million, so our total budget will be 859 million. Looking at stormwater, in summary, our debt service has also increased 2.7 million, again to fund the larger CIP. Our capital budget will be 70.6 million, so our total budget is 95.2 million. So how does that break down for a dollar for our customer? If you'll recall our bill, we bill for the solid waste, the ESD department. So when people look at our bill, it is actually 4 utilities that they are paying for. So there's 36 cents for solid waste, there's 30 cents for water, 24 cents for wastewater, 6 cents combined with the solid waste and our franchise fee, and 4 cents for stormwater. So I'm going to talk now about the sustainable infrastructure surcharge. And, as the city grows in every direction, we know that it's growing on the northwest, in the northeast, and continuing to grow on the east side. Currently, all customers pay for that infrastructure. But trying to make things affordable for the existing customers, we have to look at shifting those costs to the people who are needing that new service. So we've been working on this for at least a couple years. This new surcharge will be for only new metered homes and businesses in those growth areas. It excludes traditional infill areas, and current customers will not see this surcharge. So the new surcharge would provide a funding source to pay for that new infrastructure. Some of the key elements of what we call the SIS, we refer to as the SIS, is that it will be collected via the monthly bill. And it will be a fixed fee by meter size. It is a 30-year timeline, so a customer would pay that surcharge for 30 years. We are asking the board to implement and adopt for a March 1st, 2023 implementation, and the fee would be updated every 5 years. The fee itself, as proposed currently, is $59 a month for the new customers. And you can see here what kind of revenue it would bring to us every year. And of course, we have roughly 300 to 3,500 new customers a year. So you can see how it will expand and grow as that customer base will grow. And so next year we project 1.2 million in revenue, but you can see 8 years out, it becomes a substantial amount of money for us, $20 million a year. Now I'm going to talk about reducing the impact to customers. As we've had to raise rates, again, to keep up with the growing needs of El Paso, we have done things over the years to keep affordability in mind. Several years ago, the board implemented a waiver of the water supply replacement charge, which if you use less than 4 CCFs, you would not have to pay that $14 monthly charge. And we have currently about 48,000 customers a month that are able to take advantage of that. One of the things that we are proposing in this year's budget is to increase what is included in the minimum charge. So in the minimum charge on your water bill, you get 4 CCFs included in that minimum charge. So you don't pay for your 4 CCFs of usage. You start paying once you go over the 4 CCFs. So we have recommended to our board to increase that to 5 CCFs, and that will help both on the water bill and the wastewater bill. And we project that we have about 18,000 customers that can benefit from that extra CCF. And then, of course, if you use more than the 5 CCF, the costs are increasing for your higher water users. Now, one of the things that we've tried to do, again, keeping affordability in mind, is to work with our partners to try to provide assistance. And you can see here the trend. Of course, it is because of some of the funding that has come due to COVID, but you can see there that we had quite a few customers being able to take advantage of the programs that we've had with Project Bravo and Amistad. And finally, public comment. Of course, during our budget season, we welcome any public comment. We do have our board meeting this Wednesday at 8 a.m. We don't have an item. We do have the SIS item on there because the board did come back to us requesting some different options. So we will be presenting some different options for them to consider. And that is a posted item on the Wednesday agenda. And then again, we will be adopting the budget Wednesday, January 11th. But we've also added something this year where if people cannot attend meetings, they can email any comments they have about our budget to the email address that you see there, publicaffairs@epwater.org. We will summarize those comments by the 10th and present those to the PSB at the meeting on January 11th so that they know what the public is, any public comments that they've had about our budget. So with that, I will answer any questions you have.
Council, do you have all have any questions there? Representative Vanilla.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It's good to see you. Happy holidays. I want to really commend you for the fee that you are suggesting. I know that it has been a conversation from this council a long time in terms of impact fees, but I am glad that you all found a way to do that. I think it is only fair that the individuals, receiving the infrastructure are the ones that are paying for it, and that really does cause some relief, especially on the seniors in this community that have owned their house for probably 10 plus years. And so I really wanted to take the time to say thank you for working on that. I know you've been doing it for a long time, but we're excited to see it, or I'm excited to see it implemented.
Thank you, Representative Anello. Happy holidays to you too.
Do you have an update relating to the conservation easements that this council unanimously approved to enter into agreement with the area west of Martin Luther King?
I do not. City staff is working on that, city attorney's office. So I do not know where they're at with that.
Well, I mean, your side has raised concerns with it, so.
We have not been a part of those discussions, so.
So there's been no discussions with El Paso Water relating to our conservation easements?
No, we just know they're working on it. That's all we know.
City Attorney, do you have any updates relating? I'm a little bit confused.
So I don't have an update for you specifically today. We can provide you an update on the status of those discussions for the conservation easement, but we were directed by council to work with the state, and I think we're working through the status of how to transfer that to the to the Texas Parks and Wildlife.
I think the council action was to enter an agreement for a conservation easement similar to Lost Dog with the PSB. So,
correct, but that was a different agreement in a different set of circumstances. We are currently working with the state of Texas and the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department in terms of transferring over some of that property, and then I think El Paso Water will be preserving areas that they have infrastructure on.
And then I had a couple questions relating to the Palisades Trailhead project. I know that the city has tasked PSB with constructing the trailhead in that area. Do you have an idea what the design percentage is at this time with that project?
I don't have that specific. I do know that we have gone back to our original design, and it is in design, but we can certainly get you that information.
I'll just go and say this so that it's on the record. The original design, I think, is one that I think, and I understand that the 500 plus acres that were purchased there with the dual water open space fund was there specifically to deal with stormwater runoff, especially as it enters into Billy Rogers Arroyo underneath Mesa and then through the UTEP campus. However, there is design that is able to have a low impact towards the natural area in that area that is a beloved area that's used by a lot of different people for trails in that area. And the original design, I'm very concerned with that it really disrupts a large amount of land in that area. And there was a number of different designs that were shown before. I'm expecting to have a lot of concern with residents in those neighborhoods around Kern and Rim Road with the original proposed design. Also the fact too that there's looking at only having 9 parking spaces to the trailhead doesn't really be fulfilling the intent of our trailhead process as well. If you don't have any idea if it's at 100% design, do you know when you're going to be doing community engagement meetings?
I do not. We'll have to get back to you.
Renee, do you know when you're doing community engagement meetings? Is it after construction starts and it's at 100% design, or early 2023? So is that 60%, 90%?
Renee Leon with El Paso Water. We don't have the exact design percentage on hand, but it is closer probably to about the 90-95%.
Okay. The original design, I mean, it takes about, it disrupts close to a quarter mile of land, areas that already have significant trails in those areas. I understand and absolutely appreciate the need to do stormwater conveyance, but there's a way, to do it in a way that's sensitive to active area use as well as the aesthetic values. When you have a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. But I think that there's an ability to look at doing something that is more sensitive to that area that isn't the first design that was proposed and reviewed with my office. I just really would caution to take a really deep look with the engineers to look to doing as low impact of a process there that can still help to channel that water in a safe and responsible way, but also maintain the visual and aesthetic character of the Palisades Trailhead, an area that's very special and unique.
Yeah. And our consulting engineer has taken those comments into consideration, and they are making some changes to make sure that it is low impact, that it does blend into the natural settings as much as possible, and it's not just a bright gray concrete in the middle of a natural area.
Are you looking at putting concrete in that area?
No, we explored concrete to possibly shrink the footprint of the dam, make it a smaller footprint, but that almost doubled the cost of the project. So it just was not economically feasible to do that.
But this will spread out and take out more land.
Well, this will occur in the current footprint of the existing dam right now.
So I would love to, before the end of the year, to be briefed about this, if possible, in person. That'd be really great to sort of see the maps and be able to get a sense of it.
Sure, we'll set something.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Mayor Pro Temp,
That's it.
Elizabeth
Thank you.
Triggs, sorry, Mayor Elizabeth Triggs is on the line to answer a few of your questions. Oh, here she go. Sorry, I didn't.
IT, can you let Elizabeth Triggs in through teleportation? Okay, thank you, IT.
Good morning, Elizabeth Triggs with Economic and International Development. I'm here to talk about the conservation easement. So we've had two critical things happen in the last couple months. Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission decided to move forward with negotiating for the sale of the land, understanding that that would be following the placement of a conservation easement. Frontera also took to their board whether or not they would engage with the city and the water utility on looking at the easement, and they did vote to do that. So we're moving in a good direction. The next steps will come in January, and we're happy to do another briefing at that time for you.
Well, not for me, but for everybody else.
That's correct. Sorry.
Well, that's exciting. I really think that that's a really important thing. Ecotourism is part and parcel of our strategic plan. We know that we have a lot of very robust and growing outdoor community that has a lot of outdoor uses, both mountain biking as well as passive recreational with hiking. And so these conservation easements are a way to guarantee that not just this generation, but generations of El Pasans moving forward can appreciate these natural spaces. So excited to hear that, and maybe Henry will let me know what's going on.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Probably not.
Thank you.
Anyway, and no other questions. Thank you. And I just want to assure, and I know that I just had a conversation with the city manager and Chief DiAgostino, that even though I told you that I'm not ready to declare a state of emergency today, it doesn't mean that we're not looking at maybe doing it and making sure that we do it the right way. So I just want to make sure people understand that. Thank you. And with that, Ms. Prine?
Yes, sir. That brings us to executive session. Is there a motion to retire? There's a motion and a second to retire into executive session. All in favor? Anyone opposed? And the City Council of the City of El Paso may retire into executive session pursuant to Section 3.5A of the El Paso City Charter and the Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D, to discuss any of the following. Executive session item 1, quarterly litigation report, matter number 19-1021-1210 under 551.071. Executive session item 2, Brazoria County request to Attorney General on utilizing trap neuter release programs in compliance with Texas Penal Code 42.092, animal cruelty laws, matter number 22-1018-450 under 551.071. Executive session item 3, decision of Civil Service Commission regarding Mark Avalos, matter number 22-1043-906 under 551.071. Executive session item 4, application of El Paso Electric Company to change rates to open access transmission tariff, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, docket number ER 22-282-000, matter number 21-1008-183, under 551.071. Executive session item 5, purchase, lease, exchange, or value of real property located in El Paso, Texas. Matter number 22-1004-1462 under 551.072. Executive session item 6, economic incentives for an infill development located in West El Paso. Matter number 22-1007-3008 under 551.087. These matters are taken into executive session under 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, deliberation regarding real property, and 551.087, deliberation regarding economic development negotiations. It is 11:07 a.m. Council, is there a motion to come out of executive session? There's a motion and a second to come out of executive session. All in favor?
Yes.
Anyone opposed? The work session is back in session at 1:33 p.m. Mayor Lease and Representatives Salcido and Rodriguez not present. Mayor Pro Tem, we're on EX1. Thank you. EX2?
No motion. EX2, motion made, seconded, and carried that the Director of the Animal Services Department be authorized to sign a support brief prepared by Best Friends Animal Support Society stemming from Brazoria County District Attorney question to the Attorney General of whether a municipality or local government engage in a trap, neuter, release program in compliance with Texas Penal Code 42.092 regarding abandonment of animals, to support the position that TNR programs do not conflict with the above referenced Penal Code section. Approved this 12th day of December 2022.
There's a motion made and read into the record by Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein, seconded by Representative Anello on EX2. On that motion, call for the vote.
Can we do this verbally?
Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes 4-1. Representatives Schwartzbein, Anello, Hernandez, Rivera voting aye. Representative Molinar voting nay. Representative Salcido Rodriguez not present. The motion does carry. EX3?
EX3, motion made, second, and carried that 1, the city manager and city attorney bring recommended amendments to Article 6 of the city charter, clarify the role of the Civil Service Commission to align with the city of El Paso's form of government for the May 6, 2023 election, and 2, that decisions made by the Civil Service Commission that are outside of their authority are void. Approved this 12th day of December 2022.
There's a motion made and read into the record by Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein on EX3, seconded by Representative Hernandez. On that motion, call for the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes 3-2. Representatives Schwartzbein, Hernandez, Rivera voting aye. Representatives Anello, Molinar voting nay. Representative Salcido Rodriguez not present. The motion carries. EX4?
No action.
Thank you. EX5?
No action.
Thank you. EX6?
No action.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of the agenda.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor?
Yes.
Anyone opposed? And the work session for Monday, December 12th, 2022 is adjourned at 1:37 p.m. Thank you, Council.
Thank you so much, Godspeed, Representative Rivera.